the past 5 years, we have this plan. We established a USR hub. We have 4 platforms for that. One is for the sustainable city, one is for the resilient city, one is the local revitalization, and one is for the international learning and services. And all this program, all the result of this program can also connect to the SDGs. So you can see we have a SDG 4, 5, 8, 9, 11, 13, and 17. This is all our philosophy. So this is a very comprehensive program that we did last 5 years. You can see with the different thinking and different connection to the SDGs. So I think in this part we make some try. I mean, we try to establish a kind of a diversified learning and participation models. And issues is oriented course, or issue-oriented course. We have a field observation and the survey. We have a community participation, and we have many professional exchanges. Also, you can see some pictures. This is, we lead the students to the, for example, this is a traditional Hakka village. And this is a program, vernacular architectural study. We learn from the tribe. I mean, for the Aboriginal tribe, we have a many traditional village here. And we visit also a traditional village in Kinmen Island. And usually we have the course at night because we don't have time. The daytime we visit everywhere, and in the night we have the course locally. And this is for the cultural landscape in Gangshan. And we visit, of course, we visit some historic buildings in Taipei also. And this is a national cultural heritage in Joyin city. This is one of our very important program also. So the last, I think the time is running out, but I try to 2 minutes. Finally, the topic is from eco-construction to low-carbon city. This is a second big project for that. So in response to the demands of a Kyoto Protocol, so we established a BEST center in school in year of 2006. So what is BEST? Is Built Environment Sustainable Technology. This is the name of the center. So the center has some goals. One is in order to respond the Kyoto Protocol for the target on reduction the greenhouse gas emission and implement the sustainable development. We try to build a large scale construction for that. And the second one, this center will support the general development of the university campus by realizing the innovative and ecology activity center, which will provide the multi-functional high serviceability for the school. And the third one, the center will develop mainly the subtropical architectural study and will build a platform for that. So we present this important project in the international conference also. We call it the Pilot Architecture Project for the Sustainable Development in Taiwan. So this is conference held in Japan, in Kyushu, I think 10 years ago. Okay, so we discussed about the timber cycle because we use timber. Timber is the only material who can restore the carbon, not just release the carbon. So you know that built with a low carbon timber is a global chain. Everywhere you can see the important project, public project built in wood. So in Kaohsiung also, this is the construction field. We built a very big timber construction project in our school, in campus. And this is the campus, the experimental, we say demonstration buildings in school. And also we continue, everywhere we make the same program. This is a new one, a small scale, but we try to build a low carbon construction system using domestic forestry products with the lowest carbon footprint. This is a new project from last year. So this is this small project. In campus, if you want to visit it, you can just reach it. And for the, finally, for the low carbon concept that we say, we try to establish a low carbon campus. So that including the carbon inventory, energy management, education, research, and development. And with this concept, we try to promote to our administrations, teachers, and students. And with philosophies, we try to also stimulate our community just around the school. For example, for the industry, for the other schools, also for the residents. So we can do many things. For example, technically, we can say we can do some ISO accreditation. We discuss about what is a carbon sink in our campus. How about our carbon footprint, and what will be our new lifestyle, etc. So I think many things to do. We cannot change the world at once, but at least we are active for that. Thank you very much for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chen. Then we can have open questions for the speakers for his speech. Any questions? One question, please.
Dr. Wu is really good at bringing things to. No, your talk was fascinating because 3 years ago in Okinawa we had Shuri Castle, which is really important cultural heritage from we used to be an independent kingdom and trading with Taiwan and China, those places. And I was so interested in how a university can take take a responsibility as the hub center of the initiative to reconstruct the cultural heritage. And I was taking notes because that would be a very good information for us as a university in Okinawa, how we can, organize the system to support the reconstruction.
Yes.
So. My question is probably, do you get, for example, City of Kaohsiung to involve in the project that takes place in your university?
Okay, thank you for the question. So firstly, I want to say, do you know the Shuri Temple? All the timber is from Taiwan. Yes, a very precious timber from Taiwan. So even now for the rebuild the Shuri Temple, they are discussing for the material exchange still. Okay, so for answering your question, usually for example, I take an example. If we make a restoration plan, our role in university, we can do something because the restoration work is a very comprehensive work. But we can make, they can be divided into several stages. So school can make the study. We can make the inventory, the question, the problem. We can find out, we make some investigation, study, analysis, etc. But if you want to continue to a next stage, for the design or even build, so you need to combine with the architect, or the construction company, construction dealer, and etc. And if the project is public, if the building is public buildings, we have to sign an agreement with our government, for the local government or for the central government. So we can establish a kind of a partnership. Maybe the budget is from the government, and for school, we take this one as a research budget. So we share the resources for that. But the result we have to report to the government, to the sponsors. So which we can do, for example, the afternoon you will visit the Xiaoyao Yuan. It's very special. We take the same mechanism to roll this project, but which is very special is that this project is very unique because the technique and the materials are very special. It's almost unique in Taiwan, the only case in Taiwan. So for that reason, we collaborate with some university in Japan. For example, we collaborate with Kyoto University, and we collaborate with some experts from the Kokakuin University in Tokyo also, and some experts, some architect, Japanese architects, and we make the common the research. So even there are 2 master theses done by the Japanese students, they make the final presentation here, the thesis defense in Taiwan. And the topic is on this building. So it's a very special experiences, but it's very precious for us. Yeah, thank you.
One question, you claim your PPT presentation has given that around 66% of Taiwan's area is under forestry.
Yeah.
What are the methods and measures the Taiwan is implementing to improve the forestry?
Yeah.
What are the methods and measures the government of Taiwan is taking to have that 62% of the
this
land?
one we have more than 60% of coverage.
What are the measures the government is implementing?
No, we do nothing with our domestic forestry till now. Because before, I mean, maybe from the beginning of the century, 20th centuries, we cut many forestry, but without replant the forest. So till now, they still keep this mentality. They say, okay, we can replant the forest, but we keep it quiet. We didn't make the circulation. That's a very important issues now. So, for example, the carbon sink is accepted when you recycle the forestry products only. If you keep the forestry income, it's nothing. You got 0 credit for that. So actually, the situation for Taiwan is that we have a 99% of the timber are imported. 99%. Imported from Canada, USA, and everywhere. So from 4 years ago, the government they say, okay, no, that's enough. We have a 62% coverage of forestry. We have to reuse our domestic forestry. So they have a project every year now. Gradually, they invest. There are some research investment on that. That's for why, for example, last year we make this project. This small project we use all wood is a domestic wood already from this project. So this is a project also, this is a strategy that we try to connect with the government policy that we get more investment for the school. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Then we are going to have a hello. Thank you, Professor Chen. Now we are going to have a 5 minutes short break. Please come back to the conference room at 11:25. Thank you. The second speech is going to begin. Please be seated. Now let's have Dr. Ikue Kina, the Vice President of University of Ryukyu, to share the speech with the topic of Education and Research to Promote Planetary Sustainability, University as a Hub of Local Initiatives.
Thank you very much. Dr. Chen's talk was so fascinating and excellent. I wanted to continue to listen to him instead of my talking, but feels like I have to do my work. The title was a little bit changed, but it doesn't make a lot of difference. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank President Evelyn Ye Tuan Chen for welcoming us the delegation from the University of Ryukyu. We are pleased to conclude the inter-university exchange agreement between the National University of Kaohsiung and the University of the Ryukyu. I also thank Professor Xin-Hao Wu and Professor Vivian Wu Chen Ye and Ms. Anna Yuan Rushu from Office of International Affairs. And also Professor Ji-Wen Cheng and his lovely student, Ms. Cheng, where are you? Yes, and from Division of Japanese Language for their heartfelt welcome. We had a great time yesterday, you took us the campus tour, and we, best loved the idea of raising stray dogs on campus. So you have campus dogs, that's really great. And we are especially grateful for Professor Wu because without, where is he? Well, without his visit to our university back in March, our signing of this agreement wouldn't have been possible. And we have exchange agreements with 22 universities in Taiwan, and it's twice more than the institution in China. And 10 to 15% of about 270 international students studying at our university come from Taiwan. So we have quite a few Taiwanese students studying in our university. Anyway, we appreciate NUK kindly aided us to this Asia Virtual Academy Conference with the topic Climate Resilient and Sustainable Society. I'm not an expert. Actually, I came as a vice director and a vice president, so I'm not really the expert of this topic. But as a vice director, and I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to introduce you our university and its engagement as an academic institution on a small island to promote the sustainability of local and global societies. So this map overviews the Southeast Asian region, placing Naha, our central city, Naha at the center of the concentric circle. As you can see, Okinawa is closer to Taiwan than to Japan. It's only, well, Okinawa and Taiwan share a lot of similarities in our culture and climate, and we are very close in proximity. It takes only an hour and 40 minutes flying to and from each other. So it's only 100 minutes. So as soon as the flight started, I fell asleep, and immediately after leaving the airport, the flight attendants started distributing lunch. I almost missed lunch because I just fell asleep. So it was that close. And although Taiwan is much larger in size, we believe that the fact that we both are communities located on the subtropical islands enables us to work together in many fields of research and education. So University of the Ryukyu's foundation goes back to 1950, when Okinawa was taken under US control after World War II. During World War II, in the war between Japan and the United States, about 120,000 Okinawan people, civilians, lost their lives, which means we lost about 1 in every 4 lives of entire population, because they chose our island as a fierce battlefield. And we call this fierce battle during World War II the Battle of Okinawa. After we suffered a few huge casualties, the US military government started controlling Okinawa. Their rule lasted until 1972, for about 26 years. The University of the Ryukyus was founded as a land-grant university under the US military government, expected to educate local Okinawans so that skilled graduates could contribute to post-war reconstruction. Last year, Okinawa observed the 50th anniversary of its reversion to Japan. And today, our university is administered by the Ministry of Education and Science of the Japanese government as a privatized national university. Our system has been Japanized, but we continue to hold our original land-grant university spirit and strive to contribute to developing local communities and global society. So the University of the Ryukyus has 7 faculties and 8 graduate schools. We also have the university hospital and the elementary and junior high schools attached to the Faculty of Education. So regarding campus population, we have about 8,000 students and 2,300 faculty and administrative staff. So our university has a large site area for a university located on a physically small island. As this map shows, our campus area is 517 hectares, which includes 32.6 hectares of campuses and facilities area, campuses and facility area. So main campus is kind of under like southern part of Okinawa, main island, but we also have the laboratories, those facilities in the remote islands like Iriomote Islands and up north, the Cisco Islands. And it is actually the 4th largest campus of all the national universities in Japan. Considering the size of Okinawa, which is the fourth smallest prefecture of the 47 prefectures in Japan, the area occupied by our university sites is large, almost disproportionately. Our community recognizes our university as a large-scale establishment and expect to contribute significantly to this region's development in many fields. And we take that expectation from the local communities as our institutional responsibility. So we consider leading our community to create a climate resilient and sustainable society as one of our important missions. The SDGs proposed by the United Nations are goals that also match our university's vision of the future. So our university is currently promoting the achievement of the SDGs. President Nishida, he's in the picture, and has declared that in 2019, our university will also work to achieve the SDGs. Subsequently, as this picture shows, we established the SDGs Promotion Office, which consists of 4 operating divisions to promote the SDGs in education and research, and administration and governance, and also the partnerships with the local community, and then our contribution to the local community. The SDGs Promotion Office, this entire system, aims to boost collaboration among the members of the university community. So we try to promote the communication within the campus, communication with each other, including students, faculty, and staff. And at the same time, to promote activities to achieve the SDGs in partnership with the local community. So communication within the campus and then, also with the local community. In doing so, the office strives to fulfill our responsibility to the community. So earlier stage of our engagement with environmental problems as a university traces back to actually 2001, when the then president established the university charter on the environment. So I think environmental problems became more evident, explicit, say maybe later 1970s. And we, some researchers from our university were already aware of those problems. And then they wanted to do something as a university. Then President started saying, okay, we should have the environmental charter. Then in 2007, Eco Action 21, just the 21st century, was issued to promote environmentally good practices on campus. And in 2008, a minor degree course, Comprehensive Ecological Studies, was launched in a general education curriculum. And in June 2019, as I've said the previous slide, President Nishida declared the university's engagement to achieve SDGs on our official website. And finally, in 2022, in 22, the SDGs Promotion Office came. And furthermore, just last year, the selected members from the 4 operating divisions of the SDGs Promotion Office organized Carbon Neutrality Promotion Team. I think Professor Chen was saying it's low carbon. It's similar to low carbon, carbon neutral promotion team, and started discussing how to implement carbon neutrality initiatives at our university. Since we built the current campus in early 1980s, our facilities were constructed by taking environmental friendliness and influence into consideration to some extent, But today, becoming more aware of SDGs and environmentalism, we try to come up with better ideas to improve our campus facilities and environment from the perspectives of SDGs. So in this presentation, I would like to introduce our university's engagement in SDGs, mainly in terms of our education and research. First of all, I'd like to introduce how the university's emphasis on SDGs has a positive impact on the education of our students. By the way, this Ryudai, because in Japanese university is Daigaku, so this is kind of nickname of our university, like you say NUK, you know. And so as we launched the new minor degree course on environmental studies, the students who choose this minor course can gain a general knowledge of environmental issues. They study various approaches to environmental issues such as economics, ecotourism, like tourism, and geography, engineering, and environmental literature. That's actually my field. The number of minor degree students are not large, maybe 40, 50 altogether. But we believe those students, even though their size is small, who can learn to be aware of the issues, would become a driving force in changing society with their new value that we should protect the natural environment if we want a better future. Outside the classroom too, we have quite a few environmental consciousness students on campus. And they organized an activist group called Ecological Campus Group, those people. And they collect plastic bottles and caps to sell them to local companies to raise funds. And they donate those funds to local organizations in public interest. Well, environmental issues are really the problem of Okinawa, but at the same time, our island is really suffering the really high poverty rate. So they want to do something to help those people. And they do so by collecting all these plastic bottles and environmental conscious activities. And for them, the campus is not just a location, but also a site where they can experience and interact with nature. So the campus as an educational resource, and using this resource, they do eco-tour 2 or 3 times during the semester, showing people inside and outside the campus community the richness of nature on our campus. Like I said, our even main, well, it's much smaller than the NUK, but still our campus has a really wonderful green environment. So we invite the people from inside and outside the campus community to take a look at those wonderful natures in our systems. And then those students, they're organizing the tour and show them around. I think the same attempt is done in, my friend from University of California, they are doing something similar. They organize the students group and then they show people around how this campus was originally the place for the indigenous people and stuff like that. So our university has many facilities for ecological initiatives. For example, there are many environmentally friendly facilities such as rooftop solar panels on the main library building. And we also have communal trenches where lifelines and integrated underground to reduce maintenance costs and disaster prevention. So everything is underground. And because we have typhoons, so that's another factor that we have to have this kind of facilities. So by introducing these facilities and initiatives in the eco-tour, the eco-tour aims to encourage participants to get interested in environmental issues as the problems we all have to act for solution. So next, I'd like to speak a little bit about our research to engage in SDGs issues. Under SDGs Promotion Office, many small-scale SDGs projects are ongoing in various research fields. We have certain budget, and we get the application within the campus community, and smaller researcher group propose certain topic, and then ask for money. And we do have this kind of small-scale projects. But today, I would like to introduce a larger scale project which recently won the grant from the Japanese government. The grant will be 320 million Japanese yen, which is about 70 million Taiwanese dollars, and every year, not every 10 years, but up to 10 years. So every year we get this budget to boost this ongoing project. The research funded by the Japanese government, this research, is a project that will be implemented by a research team consisting of our university in 15 different sectors, like local enterprise, and then some companies out of Okinawa, something like that, and outside Okinawa. And it seeks to revitalize local agriculture and fisheries by establishing a recycling system based on university research findings. What is important is that collaboration with many local sectors and stakeholders is indispensable for the university's research. So the agriculture project, we have fishery project and agriculture project. So this agriculture project is a challenge to transform the existing system from one way to recycling. The modern agriculture production system has only a one-way flow, like this. And crops are produced using chemical fertilizers made with large amounts of energy. And livestock products are produced using a large amount of grain feed, like this. And then we have, grain feed, 88% of our grain feed was imported, and 60% of imported food. But still we have a lot of disposed food, and that causes the problem of food loss. So excess chemical fertilizer runoff, livestock manure, and food waste heavily burden the environment, like here. Japan relies on import for 90% of its fertilizer and feed, and as I said, 6% of its food. This is even more explicit in Japan, on a small island, where large quantities of these items enter the small islands from outside. And if they are not disposed of properly, the environmental burden will become even more serious. The recycling system we are aiming for, in which food residues and converted into feed and fertilizer, and livestock waste is converted into fertilizer, can reduce the environmental burden. So this cycle we are, trying to achieve that will minimize the environmental burden. This system can effectively cope with the rising costs of fertilizer and feed. So recently I was talking to Professor Wu. Our serious pressing issue is the rising cost of electricity that really, really impede our research process on the campus. We get, this July, we get 30% increase of the entire electricity cost, which is really serious. And this system, so we hope this system will help this, one of the most pressing issues that our community faces. Okay, so next slide. I left certain words in Japanese because we share this Chinese character culture. So if you're interested, if you can read all these characters, maybe this would be the better way to understand what I was going to say. Okay. So we plan to incorporate this agriculture. So that agricultural project into even larger scale project. This large scale project aims to solve future food production challenges from the fisheries perspective. The future challenges include such problems as food shortage due to population growth, sustainability of energy supply, food loss, and difficulties in fishery management due to a lack of successors. This research project also offers a comprehensive approach to establishing a new industry that removes the barriers between agriculture and fisheries, and to realize a recycling society. The research project enables graduate and undergraduate students' participation so that it affects our education as well, so that it becomes, for them it's an educational opportunity where young people learn how to play a leading role in growing and providing food in the community. And this project has the 3 targets. Number 1, establishing infrastructure for efficient food circulation. Number 2, developing basic technology for energy circulation. And number 3, developing technology to enable advanced use of information. So this project will develop technologies for closed-loop land-based agriculture. Are you familiar with this? This is totally new word. So you grow things instead of you hunt or you get these from the natural environment. So efficient operation so that will help the operation of electric power. The project also tries to boost agriculture production, including aquaponics, and integrate them into a thoroughly smart integrated operation. By integrating the technologies and operating them in a smart way, a new industry that integrates agriculture and fisheries is packaging and can be deployed worldwide. So I'll just explain. Okay, so this is the waste management. Maybe I should start here. Renewable energy section, and that will bring the waste management section work better, and fishery production that boosts the vegetable factory. Vegetable wouldn't grow on the ground anymore. They create the factory. And also, the organic waste goes to the agriculture, like farmers, and then they'll bring the solution. Okay, so this is the decline. This is current problem, declining productivity, and then aging laborers. So there is no more successors for this industry. And so, but the smart way. So now they're using the AI and the ICT techniques. So agriculture and fishery can manage more efficiently, and then age doesn't really affect about the successor. And so this is also the worst situation, increasing consumption twice more than 50 years ago. So that will bring the resources exhausted. So all these problems, current problems, will get the solutions from this recycling system. And the challenge is that we are trying to export these technologies and the food, produced food, to instead of importing all this food, we're trying to do some, exporting and trying to contribute to the international society as well. So, just as Taiwan Okinawa is an island community and has sustained the well-being of our environment and community using our intellectual and physical strength. We believe we have survived by overcoming a lot of difficult situations because of our geopolitical locations as an island. Our university's tagline reads, "Island wisdom for the world for the future." If you get my business card, it shows underneath. And the skills, and for island wisdom for us is perhaps the path we have been through and knowledge and skills we have handed from generation to generation. We hope the research findings and the educational activities trying to solve the specific local problems will be useful for other island communities in the world, and furthermore, the life of any human and non-human beings on this planet. To accomplish this somewhat lofty ideal, we hope this symposium will be a good start for those who gather here to work together to create an environmentally sustainable and resilient society. Again, I would like to thank and congratulate NUK for the success of this amazing symposium. So this is, again, the kanji. And then that is all for my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. You can be seated. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Ikue Kina. And also thanks to our speakers that shares inspiring topics with us in the morning. We believe everyone must have a little bit hungry when you are concentrated listening. So I'm glad to announce that it is lunchtime. The afternoon session will start at 1 o'clock. And we have prepared delicious lunch boxes for attendance. You can have the lunch either in the conference room or for takeout. And also, our staff members at the door will be glad to offer assistance if needed. And during the lunchtime, we will display a video from the Institute of Aeronautical Engineering. Thank you. Bon appetit.
bensound.com bensound.com bensound.com
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Asia Virtual Academic Conference. I hope the lunch tastes good to you and you are ready to resume our afternoon schedule. Now, let's have Dr. Mary Joy Basalote Sante, the Professor of College of Nursing from the Bicol University, to share the speech with the topic of green building and sustainable communities. Welcome.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm surrounded by engineers and architects here, but really I'm from the officials of the National Kaohsiung University, and to my fellow speakers from the different universities in Asia, and to our dear participants around the globe. I think they are watching now. And special mention to my colleagues from Bicol University. They are watching, and my family. And I wish you good afternoon. I hope you don't fall asleep with my lecture. I would like to speak about green building and sustainable communities from my perspective as a nurse, a midwife, and an educator from a higher educational institution. So my topic will revolve around green building, sustainable communities, concepts on disaster, disaster management cycle, and disaster nursing. So let us talk about the facts first. Buildings make up of 50% of all extracted resources and 38% of all carbon emissions related to energy worldwide. And 91% of people on Earth live in areas with air pollution, and 4 billion people are in danger of environmental threats. The global building stock will double by 2050, considerably increasing the influence of our industry. Its demand for natural resources accelerates climate change. And sick, inefficient structures threaten our everyday life. That is why the World Green Building Council encourages us to adopt a holistic approach to sustainability, to close environmental, social, and economic gaps, and safeguard our planet, people, and economy. And to combat climate change effectively, we must work together for systematic changes that provide powerful solutions to climate change, improve human health and equity, and promote an ecological economy. Conceptually speaking, green building or sustainable design is known for increasing the efficiency with which buildings and their sites use energy, water, and materials while lowering impacts on human health and the environment for the duration of a building's life cycle. So beyond the confines of buildings, green building principles also apply to site, community, and land use planning concerns. The expansion and development of our communities must significantly impact our natural environment. Many of our natural resources are used in manufacturing, designing, constructing, and operating the buildings where we live and work. Green building has several benefits for the environment. It enhances and protects biodiversity and ecosystems, improve air and water quality, reduce waste streams, and conserve and restore natural resources. Meanwhile, its social benefits are enhancing occupant health and comfort, improving indoor air quality, minimize strain on local utility infrastructure, and improve overall quality of life. Economically speaking, green building reduce operating costs, improve occupant productivity, enhance asset value and profits, and optimize life cycle economic performance. So now let's talk about sustainable communities. A sustainable community manages its own human, natural, and financial capital to meet current needs while ensuring adequate resources are available for future generations. So we are not only talking about the present time here, but preparing for the generations to come. And we, as part of the community, has a personal responsibility to contribute to its sustainability. And so are the green building concept through its resilience to climate change for people and economics. Speaking of which is the question of how sustainable buildings are building resilience to climate change for economics and the people. A resilient built environment combats climate change by enabling affordable and clean energy. It also accelerates the adaptation to and mitigation of the impacts of climate change on our most vulnerable regions and communities. To establish this, we need to provide people with healthy environments and fairer access to vital social infrastructures such as schools, hospitals, and green spaces. Similarly, a resilient built environment grows green jobs and supports the regeneration of resources and natural systems, providing a socioeconomic benefit through a thriving circular economy. So I'd like to focus on building resilience to climate change for people. Specifically, the sustainable goals that support this are SDG 3, on good health and well-being, SDG 6, clean water and sanitation, SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, SDG 10, reduced inequalities, and SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities. So talking about SDG 11, it is the United Nations report in 2022 about making sustainable cities and communities inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. So it is good to know that between 2015 and 2021, the number of countries with local disaster risk reduction strategies nearly doubled, with the motto of leaving no one behind. It is also a fact that as cities grow, municipal solid waste problems mount, from which 82% are collected and only 55% are managed in controlled facilities. The most alarming from the report is that 99% of the world's urban population breathes polluted air. In line with building resilience for people is SDG 3, which ensures healthy lives and promotes well-being for all ages, which is important to building prosperous societies. Ensuring healthy lives for all requires a strong commitment, but the benefits outweigh the costs. Healthy people are the foundation for healthy economies. Among the target goals of SDG 3, I would like to highlight 3.D, which aims to strengthen the capacity of all countries, particularly the developing countries, for early warning, risk reduction, and management of national and global health risks. So one of the global and national health risks is disaster. So when can we call an event a disaster? It is when at least 20% of the population are affected and in need of emergency assistance, or whose dwelling units have been destroyed. It is when at least 40% of the means of livelihood are destroyed, when major roads and bridges are destroyed, and impossible for at least a week. When there is widespread destruction of fish ponds, crops, poultry, livestock, and other agricultural products, or when there is an epidemic. Most of these events I personally experienced, considering my residence from the Bicol region of the Philippines. So with this criteria, an event can be called a disaster. The World Risk Index, a part of the annual risk report, which calculates the disaster risk of 193 countries, showed that the Philippines has the highest disaster risk, with an index score of 46.82. The World Risk Index focuses on the risk of disasters as a result of extreme events and adverse impacts of climate change. It is a model that aims to educate the general public and decision makers across all societal sectors about the importance of social capacities in disaster preparedness, to offer direction to practitioners in the prevention of humanitarian crisis, and to support choices regarding the distribution and prioritization of resources. Specifically in the Philippines, there are 5 common disasters. We have typhoons, we have earthquakes, we have fires, drought, and volcanic eruptions. It is because the Philippines, which consists of 7,107 islands, is vulnerable to almost all types of natural hazards because of its geographical location. During these times, the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council, or the NDRRMC, is activated. By virtue of Republic Act 10121, which is the Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act of 2010, NDRRMC is strengthened through its institutionalization. Thus, funds are appropriated. It is also the umbrella of the regional, provincial, and local disaster risk reduction and management councils. In the province of Albay, in the Philippines, where I reside, it is highly vulnerable to climatic and geologic hazards, but it has largely achieved its zero casualty goal for the past 2 decades. In recognition of this achievement, the province has garnered numerous awards from international and national organizations. It was because its communication practices were effective in attaining its zero casualty goal, specifically identifying that the province communication activities are assigned to specific persons. It is embedded in an early warning system. It is enacted using multimedia. It is supported by multiple stakeholders and implemented under a strict protocol. The Bicol region, led by Legazpi City, is considered beyond compliant by the Kalasag Seal. Beyond compliant award means they exceeded the criteria for the establishment and functionality of the local disaster risk reduction management councils and organizations. Gawad Kalasag Award means kalamidad at sakuna, labanan sariling galing ang kaligtasan, is the DRRM's annual search for seal and special awards for excellence in DRRM and humanitarian assistance, which is given to individuals, non-government organizations, private sector, and government organizations in recognition of their initiative in helping the Filipino government uplift the standard of disaster management in the country. It honors the outstanding achievements of local DRRM councils and managers and practitioners from government agencies and institutions, civil society organizations, and individuals who advocate and implement rights-based, gender-responsive, and inclusive disaster risk reduction. Disaster management is efficient, strategic in prioritizing repairing the harm caused by disasters, and a systematic approach to managing disaster that begins with prevention, preparation, response, and recovery. In the disaster management cycle, there are the three phases: the pre-disaster, during disaster, and the post-disaster phase. During the pre-disaster phase of prevention and mitigation, it is conducted to prevent or lessen the negative impacts of a disaster in the short term and long term. They comprise political, legal, administrative, and infrastructure measures, and include educating vulnerable people and influencing their lifestyles and behaviors to lower catastrophe risk. During preparedness, it aims to prevent or reduce losses and damage, including the readiness of all civic bodies, such as civil administration, the fire department, the hospitals, and the police force. The search and recovery happened during the post-disaster phase of response, recovery, and reconstruction. Still, it addresses survivors' basic humanitarian requirements and aid from regional, national, and international authorities. After the immediate threat to human life has passed, the recovery period begins to restore some degree of normalcy to the damaged area. During reconstruction, the property's location and construction materials are considered. In all of these phases, nurses have invaluable roles to play. Specifically speaking, nurses mitigate and prevent by being involved in policy development and planning, risk reduction, disease prevention, and health promotion. Nurses prepare through ethical and legal practice, accountability, communication, and information sharing, education, and preparedness. They respond by caring for individuals, families, and the community, and providing psychological care for vulnerable populations. And lastly, nurses help in the long-term recovery and rehabilitation of individuals, families, and community. During disasters, nurses has a big role to fulfill. They are the largest group of committed health personnel, often working in difficult situations with limited resources, playing roles as first responders. We are triage officers. We are care providers. We coordinate to care and services. We provide information, we educate, and we become counselors. However, health systems and the healthcare delivery in disaster situations only succeed when nurses have the fundamental disaster competencies or abilities to respond rapidly and effectively. Hence, the responsibility of the higher educational institutions to educate and train student nurses in disaster nursing, which is part of the Bachelor of Science in Nursing curriculum. The course in disaster nursing is taken by our students during their 4th year of schooling in the college. The focus of the International Council of Nurses Disaster Nursing Competencies is the generalist nurse. Disaster nursing involves the systematic application of basic nursing competencies combined with disaster nursing competencies specific to the disaster situation. And in Bicol University College of Nursing, I'm proud to say that we have our own college DRRM coordinator that oversees the capacity building of our faculty and other activities of the college on DRRM activities. Most of the faculty of the College of Nursing are trained as trainers for emergency in disaster nursing. Our very own trainers train students in collaboration with the Department of Health from the Department of Health Region 5. And our trainers even went outside the university to train local officials of the provinces. So the country's crisis response depends heavily on the next generation of entry-level and advanced practice nurses. They must be taught how to plan and act appropriately to respond well. This extensive training includes theoretical instruction and mental, emotional, and ethical adaptation to the realities of providing care in a chaotic environment. Students should be exposed to the interprofessional nature of disaster planning and response during the training, which should be experiential and reflective. So, we as nurse educators contribute to green building and sustainable communities by building the capacities of our future nurses and extending beyond the walls of the academic institution. Because protecting our planet isn't just an obligation, it is a chance to create a brighter future for everyone. So let us work together and save the earth. Thank you very much. Yours truly, Nurse Sandy, happy to serve.
Thank you, Dr. Sante, Dr. Mary Joy Basarote Sante, for giving an inspiring presentation. And now, let's have Dr. Manisha Jagtap from the Lajara Babu Institute of Technology to share the online speech with the topic of green finance. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Manisha Gupta from Rajaram Bapu Institute of Technology. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Manisha Gupta from Rajaram Bapu Institute of Technology from India. Would like to express my appreciation to the organizers for choosing the theme Climate Resilient and Sustainable Society, which is highly significant and relevant to the happenings in the globe. I am honored that the organizers of the 2023 Asia Virtual Academy International Conference have offered me the opportunity to speak on green finance. In 2015, 195 nations agreed with the United Nations that they can change the world for the better through the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. They are no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequality, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace and justice, strong institutions, partnerships to achieve the goal. This will be accomplished by bringing together their respective governments, businesses, media, institutions of higher education, and local NGOs to improve the lives of the people in their country by the year 2030. Talking about Goal 13, take urgent action to combat climate change and its impact. The growing impact of global warming can be seen from the Sustainable Goal Report 2022. The increased problems such as ozone layer depletion, global warming, increasing pollution, cutthroat competition for scarce non-renewable energy sources, and other environmental issues. Therefore, the need to protect the environment and preserve natural resources is gaining popularity among all the stakeholders. Green finance aims to find a balance between nature and economic activity. So, what is green finance? As the transition to a lower carbon economy entails numerous and far-reaching changes. No single definition of green financing applies to all countries. Nonetheless, the common theme of green finance is investment that fosters a low carbon, climate resilient economy. This means that green finance is any structured financial activity, a product or service designed to have a positive impact on the environment. It is a collection of loans, debt instruments, and investments used to support the development of green projects, reduce the environmental impact of more conventional enterprises, or mix of the two. The 2015 Paris Agreement has considered the financial aspect as one of its three long-term goals, along with others being limiting the rise of global average temperature and increasing the ability in adapting to the impacts of climate change. The role of finance in the green transition and its importance for climate action is recognized in Article 2.1c of this agreement, which calls for making finance flows consistent with a pathway towards low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development. The funding of green initiative, both public and private, as well as the upfront and ongoing cost, falls under the purview of green finance. One of the main functions of green finance is to finance environmental products and services like water management or the preservation of wildlife and landscapes. Next is to stop, reduce, and compensate for environmental and climate damage. Next is to finance governmental policies that support the adoption of programs and projects aims at protecting the environment and reducing environmental damage. Now, what is the difference between the sustainable finance, climate finance, and green finance? How it is different from the sustainable and climate finance? So sustainable finance is recognized as being the most inclusive term encompassing social, environmental, and governance aspects. While green finance refers to any financial tools used for environmentally sound projects and initiatives, environmentally friendly products and policies with the singular objective of fostering a green economic transition towards the low carbon, sustainable, and inclusive pathways. Climate finance is a subset of green finance. It refers to funding that supports multilateral efforts to mitigate climate change and comes from a range of sources. Now, next is why green finance or financing. See, investing in economically or environmentally friendly technologies such as clean energy may lower their cost and accelerate the dissemination of new technologies across a wider market. The situation provides the opportunity for a country to leap ahead to eco-efficient infrastructure. Next, it creates comparative advantage. Low carbon green growth could inevitably shift from its current voluntary nature to a mandatory strategy in response to the increasing pressures brought on by the climate change and other environmental and economic challenges. Next, businesses, organizations, and corporations can increase the value of their portfolio by promoting and advancing their involvement in green financing. By doing this, they can give their business a green edge and attract more environmentally concerned customers and investors. Next is it enhances the economic prospects. Governments that promote green financing assist in protecting their societies from scarcity of resources. They do this by building and encouraging local markets for renewable energy, as well as entering new markets with high employment potential. Next, there are certain issues also concerned with the green finance. Uh, they are first is current and future competitiveness. In developing nations, private investment in green growth is hampered by difficulties that are both activity and country specific. This has a negative impact on the attractiveness of such investments, both in terms of investment returns and risk management. Increasing private investment in green growth will depend on how appealing these investments become in comparison to other options, both domestically and abroad. See, international investors have the means to search across nations for opportunities. Therefore, governments may need to implement a number of public interventions to increase the attraction of green investment options. Next is mispricing and lack of risk pricing. The capacity of a country to bring in private investors is influenced by its overall investment and regulatory environment. Some countries' capital markets struggle to accurately price the risk associated with green growth. Next is market distortions and shortcomings. As long as fossil fuel subsidies and the failure to adopt environmental externalities continue to drop the market price of energy. Green energy investment will struggle to produce acceptable returns for investors. Furthermore, the number and diversity of green finance instruments, as well as the marketplaces in which they can be exchanged, are very limited. Next is competing objectives. While private investors strive to maximize risk-adjusted returns on their investments, public green financing providers aspire to achieve the greatest possible environmental improvements, and host country authorities seek the best development possibilities. Next is limited capital and limited awareness. Many small and medium-sized enterprises have low liquidity and access to capital, which prevents them from participating in green finance industry. Furthermore, there is a scarcity of experts who understand the complex link between environmental challenges and financial markets. Now, there is a wide-ranging spectrum of green financing tools. Green finance is growing fast through various financial instruments available to issuers and investors, such as green bonds, green loans, sustainable bonds, sustainability linked bonds, and sustainability linked loans, blue bonds, and social bonds. Green bonds are any type of bond instrument that are dedicated to financing environmental or climate projects. It may include renewable energy, energy efficiency, pollution prevention and control, biodiversity, clean transportation, sustainable water management, climate change adaptation, and eco-efficient products manufacturing and its processes. The European Investment Bank, that is EIB, launched its climate awareness bond in 2007, while the World Bank issued its first green bond in 2008. Next is sustainability bond. It belongs to supporting a mix of green and social initiatives, with some green projects having social co-benefits and others having environmental co-benefits. Most of the time, the funds are committed to initiatives having a social or environmental effect that are connected with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Sustainability bonds include non-financial corporate SDG bonds issued by banks and financial institutions, asset-backed and project SDG bonds, sovereign SDG bonds, and municipal SDG bonds. Next is the sustainability-linked bonds. Sustainability-linked bonds are any type of bond instrument for which the financial or structural characteristics like the coupon rate can fluctuate depending on the achievement of predefined sustainability targets by the issuer. This instrument is relatively new in the market. The first SDG-linked bond was issued in September 2019 by the Italy-based international energy company ENEL. In January 2021, the ECB made sustainability-linked bonds eligible for inclusion in asset purchase programs and for use as collateral. Next is green loan. These are the loan instruments whose funds are committed exclusively to green projects and addressing key areas of environment concern, such as climate change, natural resource depletion, loss of biodiversity, and air, water, and soil pollution. A fundamental part of green loan is the periodic reporting by the borrower or to the lender of the actual use process. Also by using qualitative performance indicators and quantitative performance measures. For example, electricity generation, greenhouse gas emission reduced or avoided, etc. Next is sustainability linked loans. In case of these loans, the interest rate is dynamic and linked to some selected sustainability performance indicators, such as carbon emissions or an ESG target. In case of achieving these sustainability targets, the borrower benefits from favorable interest rates. This mechanism is financial incentive linked to attainment of sustainability objectives. Next step is the blue bonds. These are issued by governments, development banks, or others aimed to finance marine and ocean-based projects. The Seychelles Blue Bond was the first blue bond launched in October 2018 by the Republic of the Seychelles. According to the OECD, the blue economy will be worth US $3 trillion a year by 2030 globally, and therefore blue bond issuance is expected to grow in the coming years. Next is social bonds. Even though social bonds do not contribute directly to green financing, in some cases they may have a positive spillover effect on the environment, like investment in sustainable food systems, or may accompany green transformation projects like social bonds for a just transition. Now, this image shows that in the year 2020, the US, China, and France are the three biggest issuers of green bonds. Next, this graph indicates that the green funding trend is very encouraging. In case of green bond market, has risen rapidly, more than doubling in issuance between 2020 and 2021, with the volume exceeding $620 billion. Now, the next point is the green finance and the role of stakeholders. The first very important stakeholder here is the government. The government of various countries is supporting the development of new markets for climate finance by developing guidelines, providing training programs for stakeholders, and promoting the adoption of principles and international best practices in emerging markets. Also now they are focusing on development of infrastructure for better long-term management of resources, which will in turn increase countries' competitiveness and channel private sector capital into domestic film markets. But countries currently suffer from a serious lack of high quality, reliable data, harmonized climate disclosure standards, and taxonomies to ensure that investments are aligned with climate goals. Therefore, government need to build capacity and strengthen the climate information architecture, which will help to develop and deepen the capital market and allow projects to be better financed. Next important stakeholder we can see is investor. Investors are now recognizing the increasing number of green investment opportunities. Mandated climate disclosures, compulsory reporting of how companies manage climate-related risk represent a major step toward mainstreaming green finance. Specifically, companies have to demonstrate how climate risk might affect their business and what their management's approach will be to adapting and mitigating these risks. Shareholders increasingly want to know what companies are doing to transform their operations and products and remain competitive during the transition to a lower carbon economy. This will promote transparency and help investors identify climate-related risks and opportunities. For example, in March 2017, global investment institution BlackRock listed climate risk disclosure as one of their key engagement themes in their investment priorities. Next is regulators. To better facilitate the development of green finance, the Luxembourg Green Exchange in September 2016 opened a segment specifically dedicated to sustainable and social project bonds, a sector valued at over $23 trillion. It had increased the visibility of SNS projects and expedited their financing. Meanwhile, the Securities and Exchange Board of India in June 2017 finalized the disclosure requirements for the issuance and listing of green debt securities, which will raise funds from capital market for green investment in climate change adaptation and more specifically renewables and clean transportation. Next is policy makers legislations. The French Energy Transition for Green Growth Act was enacted in January 2016, mandating that institutional investors and fund managers disclose in their annual reports how climate change considerations have been incorporated into their investment and risk management policies. China has also been ambitious in launching pilot zones to focus on different aspects of green financing. In the program, banks are encouraged to explore new financing mechanisms. The program also incentivizes the financial sector to accelerate the advancement of green insurance and credit enhancement instruments in these regions. Um, and now, next is conclusion. After having discussion concerned with green finance, I would like to conclude that greening finance is a short for greening the financial system and corresponds to the diffusion of new tools, procedures, and regulations aimed at inducing the financial system to take due account of climate and environmental considerations in financial risk management and consequently in investment decision making. Green financing could be promoted through changes in countries' regulatory frameworks, harmonizing public financial incentives, increase in green financing from different sectors, and alignment of public sector financing decision making with the environmental dimensions of the sustainable development goals. Next is it can be through increase in investment in clean and green technologies, financing for sustainable natural resource-based green economies and climate smart blue economy, increased use of green bonds and so on. These are the references used for the presentation on green finance. Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity uh, to speak on green finance in this international conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manisha Jagtap, for giving the informative presentation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a short refreshment for 20 minutes. Please return to this room at 14:10, and we will continue with the conference. Thank you. Hello,
Test,
ladies
test.
and gentlemen. Our conference will start in 1 minute. Please be seated. Sorry. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are now going to listen to the presentation for Dr. Helma Malini, the head of International Class and International Affairs from the Universidad Tanjung with the topic of the impact of financial sustainability on campus value with respect to corporate policies and microeconomic factors. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Well, actually, this is going to be my third time visiting Taiwan, and the experience has been so lovely. I don't know why I've been like wanting to come back to Taiwan. Is it because of the boba tea, or is it because of the lovely friendship that has been a memorable experience to all of us? I think we are all agree, right? With all the welcome and then the friendliness during this Asia, the 2023 Asia Virtual Academy, particularly the connection with the staff as well, Anna and Miss Vicky, and then everyone has been so welcome. So thank you so much, the President of National University of Kaohsiung, Dean Wu, and then the staff of International Affairs as well. Thank you so much. So my name is Helma Malini. I'm lecturer and the head of international class of Faculty of Economy and Business, University of Tanjung Pura. So everyone, the topics before has been widely discussed, particularly on the part about green finance. But my topics is going to be a bit detailed on the discussion of how is it green finance going to correlate with firm value. So it is something that related with how to maximize the firm value, and then how is it the company able to using the opportunity of increasing the sustainability and then improving the quality of their business implementation. Like before I came here, there is one student of mine that having a consultation with me, and then he asked me, why do we have to always printing our thesis for lecturer to giving consultation and then revision. So for the senior lecturers, it's kind of difficult for them to revise something and then giving correction. So it is using like PDF file or soft file. So they asked us to have something that is much more readable. So the print paper is something that becoming a solution for them. So when we talk about sustainability, of course we talk about how is it a lot of sector contribute to this part, including the business sector. So including education as well, including as lecturer, and then including my student as well, who printing the paper for us to for a correction of thesis. So we took the paper from this forest and then woods. So the papers coming from huge industry. But the main problem to become sustainable, not only largely since we are talking about business, but how is it still rather much expensive to move or shifting our daily normal activities to use conventional one into the recycle one in terms of paper. So it's kind of difficult, but in a way that we should start somewhere. So we begin with how is it the topic of green finance begin. The first one is we talk about the triple bottom line. I think this is a very common principle Since most of the company, like 10 years ago, already started the concept of triple bottom line. The first concept is like a very famous one that's known as the 3 Ps, which is planet, people, and then profit. I always ask my students, I think most of them are following the session online, and then I ask them, what is 3 Ps, what comes first? And then they always say people, because we have to make people first. People is always at the beginning, at the top. If we're not putting an attention into people, and then how is it the business going to survive? And then there are others who are saying it should be a planet. But they are forgetting that business is not always about, of course, business is taking care of others, but also business needs to be survived. So in order to survive, the business need to put first is profit. So profit is a first, and then the second one, of course, the people, and then the next one is the planet. So I said to them, let's not be hypocrite, because business need to survive, need to sustain in order to give benefits or that sustainability to everyone. So profit is always come first. Okay, but let's move into this one. So the triple bottom line is supporting by United Nations Principle for Responsible Investment, or it's called UNPRI, that consists of ESG, environmental, social, and governance. I think the previous speaker already discussed about how is it the environment part, particularly in terms of low carbon and then building sustainability. But how about in terms of business who didn't, like, for example, disrupt the entire entity of environment? So how is it they should be established? So the things that in terms of large corporation, they are implementing the governance, the principle of governance. Currently in Indonesia, since I coming from Indonesia, the scope of good corporate governance is quite large, but the most current one that heavily implemented, particularly in the business sector, is where they up to the banking industry, because the banking industry asked them to implement the scale of good corporate governance. Like, for example, if they see the financial reporting, and then the financial reporting is not supporting the sustainability and then corporate social responsibility, they will not want to launch you the money. So they will hold the money, and then they will give it to another corporation who already implementing the CSR, the previous concept of sustainability, or the one who already using the financing of green finance. So that is the concept of UNPRI, and then we move to the corporate sustainability. And then back to the question that I give to my student, I ask them, do you want to live forever? Many of them answering yes, they want to live forever, as long as they stay with their loved ones. These are good answers. I mean, who doesn't want to live forever, right? Yeah, I want to, as long as I still can see my parents. But we cannot live forever. But fortunately, corporation can live forever, because, like, for example, although they're like, let's say, founding fathers is already passed away, they still can survive, like Apples and then a lot of large corporation. So they can live forever. They can live sustain. They can sustain is like if you exist right now, you can be exist also in the next 20 years or in the next 50 years. But the question is, if you live in the next 50 years, would you be able to give the same benefit, or will you erupt the environment? So that is the question. Many questions also coming along the way related with sustainability, because a lot of companies cannot keep up. How do they can preserve all the things that related with the 3 Ps? Okay. So why do corporate sustainability and green finance so significant right now? So we are talking about the improving reputation and image of the company. There is a very famous local cosmetic in Indonesia. So woman chasing that keep on buying that the product from the company because they are thinking the product of the company is uphold the image of sustainability, which is they are not using animals to do the product testing, and then they use green ingredients in their product. So it is something that really, becoming a trend. But there is something like we need to focus on a trend, because if we are thinking about trend, it is something that sometimes only lasted for 3 months or through 1 year, 3 months, or 6 months. Like for example, the case of straw. Back in the days of the trending using straw in Indonesia, everyone is wanting to use a straw from bamboo. Not like, or they even didn't want to use a straw. But right now, even like they don't care anymore. Even if they give you a plastic straw, they will still going to use it. Or if everyone like 2 years ago, bringing tumbler everywhere, and then we don't see that habit currently right now in Indonesia. It's just a trend. So we want to make sustainability is not just a trend. We want to make it is something that like becoming a daily habit. So how to put a strict on this one? We can start somewhere, particularly on the large corporation who took a lot of profit from the environment and then from the people as well. And then the second one, increasing long-term business value and then reduce business risks and then fulfill social responsibility. I'm going to explain the third one, which is reducing business risks. A lot of company facing issue or backlash from a lot of people. Like one company who are in the industry of textile and then fashion industry, they were got sued because they are using and they are paying labor under wage. So that is becoming a big problem also, because Indonesia is being targeted for a large company who want to use our wage labor. So the government want to fix this problem by increasing the number of our minimum wage. So currently we are in the middle one. So a lot of company like Nike and then Tupperware is quite famous in Indonesia. They move their operation into another country. So this is how the government fixed this problem. So of course there is pros and cons toward this implementation, but the government saying that we should start somewhere. Okay. Okay, so since the topics of my speech about how is it the green finance related with capital market theory, so we can see right now how is it the existing capital market theory that supporting corporate sustainability, cost of debt, cost of equity, and firm value. So the first one is signaling theory. Like for example, if the company, able to survive, then they will sending a good signal. What is a good signal? Like for example, if you can survive and then you can maintaining profit, you are in a good condition. So a lot of investors chasing this kind of company. And then the second one is legitimacy theory by Michael J. Dowling. So legitimacy theory is like putting your shoes up into the line. Like for example, if the current trend is supporting the sustainability, you should go with the flow as well, not against it. So it is something that quite, not daily, it is a normal rules. So you're not against the currents, but you go with the flow. So that is a very basic or normal rules. And then the third one is stakeholder theory. So since there are share and the stakeholder, share where we talk about internal party, and the stakeholder we are talking about external party. Usually the one that usually forgotten by the company is to put care on the stakeholder, the external party, because like customer, they will always keep on buying our product. Why should we keep focus on that? We just aiming for profit, but eventually customer do care about small things. Like for example, if you put things that are harmful or dangerous, they will not want to buy your product. So it is something that currently the stakeholder theory is put by many companies. And then the fourth one is agency theory. So agency theory is talking about the importance with taking side on significant party. Like for example, the manager in one corporation, they are standing between the owner of the company and then they are standing between the stakeholder. But they put, the manager should put their attention into these two parties. Like for example, they should send the profit into the stakeholder as shareholder, and then they should send their profit also in developing the company. So it is something that quite difficult for manager to do because the profit is like, you know, not that much. I mean, of course much, but sending it into shareholder and then trying to create the fund to develop a corporation, it is something that becoming a huge responsibility for manager. So agency theory is how to put a balance between these two parties. Okay. So this is currently the condition of Indonesia stock market for the past 10 years. Since my topics is talking about firm value, so we can see there is up and downs for the current condition of Indonesia stock market. As you can see right now during 2015, we can see decreasing on the value of the firm. In the stock market, and then we can see decreasing also between 2019 and then 2021. Of course, one of the contribution toward this decreasing is the COVID-19. Like investors are holding back their investment, and then a lot of things that happened during COVID-19. But mostly since the business situation is not good, so a lot of investor is not chasing for profit, they just putting the strategy of wait and see. And then there is also, like for example, in increasing, but this increasing mostly happening because the contribution, how is it investor looking at the situation. After 2021, the situation is getting much better, and then the business situation improving, people are spending money, the banking loaning money to the investor, so the business situation is getting back, and then it also going to influence the stock market. In here, the example is Indonesia. And then this is how is it the relation between the three, corporate sustainability, green finance, and then firm value. So we can see, but before we are talking, moving into the firm value. Right now, how is it the condition of green finance in emerging Asia? I think we knew, particularly in the case of Indonesia, we have so many problems, but by having so many problems, we are having also so many solutions. So that is something that we can offer. We are having problems, but also we are having a lot of solutions. So this is the current condition. How is it Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, and Philippines are implementing the concept of green finance. So in a way that Indonesia is putting more into the energy part because we are having a lot of mining industry and everything else. So we putting a lot of taking good focus on that one. So in the case of Indonesia, we have a lot of legal and then illegal mining as well. So this is becoming a big problem in the situation of Indonesia. The government keep on trying to improve the standard or SOP of mining in Indonesia, but the illegal mining keep on coming back. So this is kind of a continuous problem in Indonesia. Okay. And then how is it the factors of macroeconomic? Since the firm value is closely related with micro and then the macro factors, so the goal of the micro and macro is going to be linear to each other. So here is it, the goal of macroeconomic policy is to provide a stable economic environment that is conducive to fostering strong and sustainable economic growth on which the creation of jobs, wealth, and improving living standards. For example, if our parents go for works and then they can put a meal into the table, we can like becoming productive. We can go on studying, we can go to work tomorrow. If we can productive, we can contribute something to the nation. So it's like a vicious cycle. So what is vicious cycle? Is something that creating more, leading into another and then leading into another. So macro is very important. Of course, microeconomy is very important as well. Okay, so this is the differences between macroeconomics and then microeconomics. So we can focus on the macroeconomics one. Macroeconomics one is trying to look at the GDP and then inflation and then employment and unemployment and then aggregate demand and then capacity of economy. I think GDP and inflation is something that is already very having a huge discussion, but how about the aggregate demand? Right now in Indonesia, since our population is very huge, so it's a huge responsibility to keep the supply coming. Like for example, we eat a lot of rice in Indonesia. We just love rice. I think same thing in the Philippines also, right? In the Vietnam, even in Taiwan. And then it's with huge population is going to be huge responsibility for Indonesian government. And then our land is keep on decreasing in terms of the hectare. So it's not it's not the capability. It's not the government incapable in providing us the supply of the rice, but just that our population is keep on increasing. We do have the policy of a family, one children or two children, and it's getting good. But we just love having family, having like, you know, people together in the same roof, and then where father, mother, with their two children or even granddaughter, and then huge family is something that we uphold in Indonesia. So aggregate demand is something that really big in Indonesia. Thank you. So, and then this is the two macroeconomic policy that we're going to discuss. It is something that related with fiscal and then monetary. The first thing, but before we move on to discussing about fiscal and monetary, we move into the, how is it macroeconomic policy are implemented in terms of increasing maximize standard of living and achieving stable economic growth. When we are talking about standard of living, people in Indonesia can live, can live like around $5 per day. So it's a good thing. I mean, in a way, like for example, $5, it can buy rice and then one whole chicken for the whole family. But if we talk the standard of living in Singapore, of course, it's not a comparison. It is something, that is why our government try to increase the wages so we can be more afford into something that is much more you know, like we can put the whole meal into the table for the whole family. And then the next one is achieving stable economic growth. As you see, the graph before is talking how is it the volatility. I asked my student also the question, do you like volatility? Some say that they like volatility, some say they are not like volatility. They are like to be in a comfort zone. Why do they like a comfort zone? Why do they don't like volatility? Because volatility contributing something. If you have a problem, you should have a solution. So when you have a solution into your problems, meaning your life is increasing. So that is something that is good for our lives. But when we talk about economic growth, is it good to have a stable economic growth? Sometimes it's good, but sometimes it's not. Because when you come into hospital and then you see a monitor where there is a stable graph, so meaning the people is dead, right? The patient. So it's not, you should move into your comfort zone, including the stable economic growth. So the government trying to achieve that stable economic growth, but also trying to achieve the level or the standard of higher economic growth. Okay, next is when we talk about economic recession, what are the things that the government conduct? So we emphasize on the demand and encourage consumer spending, investment, and job creation. So relating with this one, when during the COVID-19 pandemic, where the heavy one is the 2021 and then 2020 is difficult years for most of us, including the business condition. People are holding their consumption because they wait and see what is the future that that creates for them. So it is something is not good for the economy. So the government trying to stimulate the economy back by trying to create atmosphere or situation where people is not panicking toward the situation. Although, like for example, in 2021, at the beginning months, the situation is not much better, but the government trying to say to us, hey, it's good already, but they know it's not getting better, but you should buy something, you should spend your money. So they want us to spend the money, but the consumption never increased during that time because they knew the situation is not improving. Okay, next is how is it the supply side policies? So when we are talking about supply side policy, we are talking about balancing. How to balance, like you playing a kite and then you withdraw the kite and then you lease or loosen up a bit. So that is the case also with demand and supply. So you are trying to attract something, but also you are to create something. So you don't want to put supply into the market too much because eventually it will create an inflation. So inflation is something that becoming a worse enemy for the economy. So government didn't want that to happen. Okay, next is how is it the macroeconomic policy can indirectly influence firm value by creating a favorable economic environment that support business growth and profitability. So let's take a look at some of the policy that were conducted by the government. The first one is the macroeconomic policy can create economic growth. Like I said before, something that is growing is very good for a nation. And then next is, it is creating stable inflation and interest rate. But the government, including us, didn't want to have a stable inflation. We don't want to have it in the percentage of 6.5 or 7, but we don't want it to stable, especially for the government. Because if the inflation is stable, meaning we're not spending anything, we're not buying anything, we're not consuming anything. So the part where we are purchasing something is where is the part where the business level is increasing. Okay, next is access to financing. So the government is trying to open the access to financing very wide and then to a lot of people, particularly to small and medium enterprises in Indonesia, because if they give the funding or they give the money into that industry, they will take a lot of workers or laborers. So if they took a lot of workers and laborers, vicious cycle will happen again. It will giving back to the society and then to the people. So when you give a lot of impact to a lot of people, it's good for the economy. And then next is, it will create and boosting trade and investment policy. So when we talk about trade and investment policy, particularly in Indonesia, macroeconomy going to take front situation in this one, because when we talk about Indonesia investment, we talk about transparency and then tax incentive and then how complex is the bureaucracy system. I do want to explain a bit how is it our bureaucracy system is kind of complex because we've been colonized by the Netherlands for almost 350 years. And then the Netherlands are famously known as the country who have a very complex bureaucracy. So we learn something, the bad one. I can say this is bad one. from the Netherlands. But the government trying to always keep improving our bureaucracy. If you came to Indonesia, particularly for investing something, you can see some improvement. If you go for submitting a paper, it's not only 5 layers anymore, it's only two layers. So there are some improvement. Okay, next is infrastructure development. As you can, know that our president right now, Pak Jokowi, focusing and building infrastructure. Like for example, if you go to remote areas in Indonesia, you can find a road that connecting to each other. But like 10 years ago, you have to take like 10 hours to go to that remote areas. But right now you can only go to that area for 2 hours or 1 hour. Because Pak Jokowi is focusing on the building infrastructure. Because he knew that by creating or connecting people, by building infrastructure, they will creating economic benefit. So it is something very good for the economy. And then next is, this is going to be closer for the speech. So it is important that we see the big picture, since we are talking about a green finance concept and then how is it correlates with the firm value. The company or a huge corporation do want to chase down or implementing the green finance concept. But kindly do not forget, they also have a lot of mouth to feed. That mode need to survive. Like for example, they have to pay salary, and then they have to gaining a lot of profit in order to paying their operationalization. So if they keep on focusing on sustainability, of course they must. It is currently a compulsory one for Indonesia. They keep on focusing on sustainability and green finance, they won't be able to keep up and how they are feeding that thousands of workers who need salary and then operational efficiency as well. So the key or the solution to achieving the firm value is by creating a balancing between the 3 P's, particularly profit, planet, and the people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Helma Malini, for the impressive presentation. And now let's welcome Dr. Huang Ha-an, the lecturer of the Nong Lan University, to share the speech with the topic of alternative food and consumer acceptability, a study case of processed cricket-based food in Vietnam. Welcome.
Okay. 大家好，下午好。Good afternoon, everybody. So I don't know a little Chinese, so so I'm the last one. I'm so nervous. So okay. So before I start my presentation, so I would like to give my thanks for Dr. Wu, Kaohsiung University, and all of the organizing staff to organize this wonderful conference today. And I learned a lot of all of the reports today. And to the final presentation, I want to share with you a topic about alternative foods. And I hope it's interesting to you. And also, I will share with you a study case that I researched about this kind of food that we conducted in Vietnam. So firstly, let's talk about this alternative food. And it's, in this case, the food from insects. So we are living in a world that our global population is increasing years by year and day by day. So by 2021, the global population is already around 7.9 billion, and it kept increasing. And we humans need food to survive besides water. So as the population increasing, we need more and more food. And food is produced by agriculture and supplied to us through the food supply chain. But both agriculture and our food supply is very sensitive and vulnerable to external pressures. For example, climate change and even the COVID-19. And there are thousands of scientific evidence that study about the impact of climate change on agriculture, and most of them conclude that the increasing trend of temperature and the change of the rainfall patterns in the future will negatively affect our agriculture output. And also the COVID-19, what we already experienced this by ourselves in a country that have social distancing during the COVID-19. For example, myself, during the social distancing, we cannot freely go outside to buy food as we usually do, and we only have very small choice among of the food provider, and sometimes that we have to buy some food with very less quality than our usual, but we have no choice. So all of these have written our food security in this area and in the future. So to ensure the food security, many countries, many areas in the world need to find a new solution to solve this problem. And some countries, they are trying to look for alternative food, and among that are the products that are produced from the insects. And actually, not until now, the insects are included in our food. Actually, they have been included in the human diet in many parts of the world. We can see in this map, insects are included in many parts of the world, from China, Vietnam, also even Taiwan, India, many parts of the world, except for two parts, the Europe and part of North America are the two exceptions. But actually, Europe is an emerging market for edible insects, and it's expected revenue in 2021 for edible insects are more than $1 billion US. And the transfer from normal food from edible insects have certain advantage, because insects, they contain very high quality of protein, fat, vitamin, and nutrient that can supply our human demand. And regarding the environmental advantage, there is the diagrams that compare the production of mealworm, cricket, locust compared to our livestock production. We have pigs, we have pets and pig here. So regarding the production of greenhouse gases, we can see that the production of cricket or mealworm or even locust, they produce very little of greenhouse gases. For example, we have greenhouse gases and we have ammonia here. And also the land area that we need to produce conventional livestock, including chicken, pig, or beef, they are also one of the most contributors to the emission of greenhouse gases in the world. And with the expected world population increase to up to 9 billion in 2050, our demand for the output from livestock production will be continuous increase in the future. And it means that we will need more and more land converted to land use, to livestock production land use. And that conversion will be contribution into greenhouse gas emission in the future. So compared to that, we only need very little land for the production, for the farming of cricket, mealworm, and locust. So that's another advantage of farming, of produce livestock, of producing insect over livestock. And this is another comparison that study in the Netherlands. They compare the environment impact from the production of 1 kilogram of edible protein in a mealworm farm compared to the farming of pork, chicken, and beef. And we can see that for the efficient of land use and global warming potential, mealworm is superior compared to the production of pork, chicken, or beef. So only in terms of energy use, the mealworm farms have less advantage over the production of pork, chicken, beef, because the insects are cold-blooded animals. So for their growth and reproduction, they need a certain high amount of temperature. The ideal temperature for the insects to live and grow is about 25 to 30 degrees over years. So this kind of farm, they require a lot of energy consumption. So that's why the energy use for mealworms is really high compared to the production of chicken. But for pork and beef, they are not necessarily higher. And also regarding to the production efficiency, once again, insects have more advantage over the production of pigs or beef. This table compares the feed conversion rate of cricket or mealworm to chicken, pig, and beef. And the low number here, which means that these kind of insects have advantage over the production of chicken and beef. For example, we have cricket only have a feed conversion rate at 1.7, which means that we only need 1.7 kilogram of feed for cricket to grow 1 more kilogram. But we need around more than 4.5 kilogram of feed for a beef to grow 1 more kilo. So in terms of production efficiency, insects is very, very good for us. Also, the percentage of edible part of an animal, once again, crickets is much more higher than pork, beef, or even poultry. We can eat around 80% of cricket compared to only 40% or 55% of pork. So once again, in terms of production and economical efficiency, the production of cricket have some advantage over our conventional livestock. So among of the edible insects, we usually talk about cricket because the amount of nutrient and vitamin, protein that contain inside of the cricket is very high. And also, they are easy to farm. And in the South Asia, currently, we have Thailand. They have able to develop a market for farming cricket that engage over 20,000 farmers. And it create a lot of rural livelihood for the people in Thailand. And when we see the fact, we wonder why in Vietnam we have the same temperature, climate, environment characteristics as Thailand, but why we haven't able to develop such industry for farming cricket. Because we have very, very high potential for this kind of industry. And also at this time, my co-author, he's working with one of the leading company in Vietnam that produce industrial processed food from cricket. But all of their products is exported into Europe. So they asked us if we sell our products in Vietnam, is possible. And also we want to develop new product, new novel product. For example, the hamburger that's made from cricket and sauces that's made from cricket. Is that possible? They asked that question. So we asked them, we tell them that in terms of technical, we already have the technical to produce soy sauce or hamburger from cricket. But in terms of economic, so we have to study about the customer behavior. So that led us to this study case that we conducted in Vietnam. So in this study, we don't talk about cricket that itself as street food or traditional food. We talk about processed products that include the protein powder that's made from cricket. And it's already been produced and exported to the Europe currently. And this is their product. And also we try to investigate the consumer references over two new novel products. That are cricket sauces and the cricket burgers. So that's three products that we analyze in this study. And normally, in the area of study consumer behavior, we usually use the structural equation modeling, the same model to analyze the consumer behavior. But our enterprise partner, they want not to provide them with more specific numbers, more quantified numbers. So in this study, we employ the contingent valuation method, or CVM, to accept the customer acceptability toward the three products. So by employing the CVM method, we can calculate the probability of customer accepting these three products, and also we can evaluate the customer willingness to pay for these three products. So this will serve at the foundation for our partner to set the price in the future if they want to put the protein, the burger, the sausage in the market. And we use the binary logistic regression to analyze the customer acceptability as well. We use some calculation to calculate the customer willingness to pay for the protein, burger, and sausage in the future. And the acceptability in the study is assumed to be affected by the price of the product, consumer age, income, education, awareness, as well as attitude. And we use face-to-face interviews in Ho Chi Minh City, and also want to widen the study area, and so an online survey was conducted in other provinces in the southern of Vietnam. Then after the surveys, we used a response in Vietnam. Most of them are quite young, because more than 50% in the range of 20 to 30 years old, and most of them are graduated from university, and they're working up office staff or general laborer in Vietnam, and the average income was about more than 6 million per month per year. When we ask them about what do they see about the cricket food in specific or insect food in general, so most of the respondents only see cricket food as the street food or local specialty that is served in the street, on the street, at the fried cricket or salad cricket in the Mekong River Delta of Vietnam. So most of them don't know about cricket food at industrial processed products. And the information sources that they know about this kind of cricket food only through internet or magazine, some tourist program that they show on the TV. And when we ask them about their awareness of processed cricket food, so once again, most of them don't know any information about cricket powder or cricket sausage or cricket burger. So we can see that this is a very, very new products for even people in Vietnam. But however, when we analyze the acceptability toward this kind of product, it's very show a positive result that they show very high acceptance of cricket. More than 60% of the respondents, they answer that they will try to buy and consume this kind of food in the future if they put on the market. But also we have some negative attitude toward this kind of food, because some respondents they see that it's very unnatural to have food made from cricket, or they think that food made from cricket is bad for human health. So they show some negative attitude. And this is the estimated regression model. We run 3 separate model for each of the products. And in all of the model, we can see that the customer awareness and attitude are positive, correlated with the consumer acceptance. And we show that the acceptance of briquette sources is negatively correlated with gender and income in all of the three models. So to know more about the influence of the independent factors, we calculate the marginal effects of the recent model. And we can see that if consumer awareness is higher, it can increase the consumer acceptance more than 24% in the case of protein powder, more than 30% in the case of sauces, and more than 37% in the case of briquette burgers. Very high increase in the consumer acceptance. It also for the consumer attitude also show very, very positive influence on the acceptability. But on the other hand, we can see that if the income is increasing, the rate of accept this kind of products is lower in the case of protein powder or briquette sauces. And this implies that the respondent in our study only see the briquette protein powders or briquette sauces as normal goods. So when consumer income is higher, the probability of accepting this or buying this kind of products will be lower. So they don't see these protein powders or briquette sauces as luxury good in the market. And when we calculate the willingness to pay for this kind of food, this is the result. For protein powder, the willingness to pay, the average willingness to pay is 471,000 Vietnam dong, which is about $20. And for the briquette sauces, their willingness to pay is about $2 for one package of 30 grams, 250 grams, sorry. And for the burgers, one burger will be bought for about $2 to $3. And when we compare the prices with the prices of the normal goods in the market, these are the price of the normal goods in the market. We have pork sauces. We have normal burger that they sold in fast food store. And we can see all of the willingness to pay within the price of the current market. So it shows that the consumer in this study can accept this kind of briquette-based food if they are sold at the price within the market price at the moment. But for the protein powder, their willingness to pay is quite high. The maximum price for a normal powder that we found in Vietnam is around 477,000 Vietnam dong. And this one is 471 Vietnam dong. It's nearly the maximum price. So it implies that consumer can pay a certainly high price for this protein powder because they think that the amount of protein nutrient in the briquette powder is very high. So this implies high quality for them to use to consume. And from all of the results, we can see that Vietnamese customers still see the briquette powder, briquette sauces, or briquette burger are very new and familiar to them. But they express quite positive attitude and acceptance rate to this kind of food. And this implies that these kind of food have the potential when they are put on the market in the future. And the regression models they have confirmed the important roles of our consumer awareness and attitude in promoting consumer intention to buy this kind of food. And this is also true with our planet of theory of planet behavior. And we also provide some policy implication for the enterprise who engage in this very novel industry to improve the level of customer awareness. So businesses need to have solution to advertising the product information so that consumer will have high awareness. And when they have more information about the product, so the acceptance rate will be higher. And also, the calculated willingness to pay show that the price of the liquid sauces or burger should only be priced within the market price range. But for the liquid power, they can be priced at a little higher than the average market price. So that is our study case from the alternative food in Vietnam. So this result is only conducted from within that a small sample, only more than 100 customers. But when we increase our survey sample, within that we have more interesting result when we put in the future. So our intention in the future, we will continue to follow this study and increase the survey sample to find more, if we have more new result regarding the alternative food from liquid. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hoàng Hà, for the inspiring presentation. And now the attendees are welcome to tea break. Please note that after the tea break at 15:40, we will hold a discussion session with the moderator, Dr. Wu Xinghao from National University of Kaohsiung. And we provide the buffet outside the conference room, so please enjoy. Thank you.
Hello, hello. It's fine. Okay. Thank you. Hello.
Welcome back. We are now continuing our conference to the final agenda,
Hello, Dr.
which is
Manisha.
the discussion session. And now, let's welcome the moderator, Dr. Wu Xinghao from National University of Kaohsiung.
Thank you very much. I think you will have a very fruitful and meaningful participation for this event for the 2023 Asia Virtual Academy International Conference. First of all, I would like to appreciate for all the support and long-standing supporting from our partner universities, from the Nona University of Vietnam and Tanjung Pulau University in Indonesia, and of course our long-standing friends from Bicol University of Philippines, and our new friend, of course, from Ryukyu University in Japan, and the Institute of Aeronautical Engineering from India. Thank you very much for all your support, and of course building up the new partnership for maybe perhaps for Asia Virtual Academy expansion. That's why hopefully that we have already done this Asia Virtual Academy's lecture series to conference to workshop, not through this platform, not just for multilaterally conference, but also for bilaterally. I mean, we have our workshops and conference with the Nona University. We just have the international conference in November last year for the Sustainable Agriculture Conference. And also we have also workshops and conference with the Bicol University, of course. And our friends from the College of Engineering also visit our university from Bicol University in March. Okay, yes. And hopefully that we're building up a new, of course, we have also have bilaterally cooperation with the Tanjung Pulau University, especially from culture perspective, yes. And we look forward for a collaboration with our new friend from Institute of Aeronautical Engineering in Hyderabad. I mean, we look forward to visit you. I know that Hyderabad is one of the fast-growing cities in the southern of India, especially noted for its IT complex. It is quite similar like in the UK because we are also in a very strategic position in the southern Taiwan. Of course, we're all in the southern part. Yeah, and because now as you know, that the IT industry is also a fast-growing industry in Taiwan in the past over 2 decades. And now they are moving forward to southern Taiwan because it started from Hsinchu in the northern part of Taiwan, and now the central, and now will be in southern Taiwan, especially expanding from Tainan to Kaohsiung. So we are so close to a newly complex of semiconductor industries, maybe within 2 kilometers away from our campus. So we would like to attract more talents from internationally, for attract more students to have exchange opportunities or even internship opportunities in the future. So for this year's, we continue our devotion to SDGs, that we share the same goals when we first initiated this Asia Virtual Academies concept since 2021, right? The first of our seasons. That's because of a pandemic, and we're aware that even for the pandemic, we should not stop the international exchanges, academic exchanges between our partners and our friends. So we started this Asia Virtual Academy. For the founding partners, we started from 4 universities, right? From UK, and also from Nong Lan University in Vietnam, and Tanjung Pulau University in Indonesia, and our good friend, long-standing friend, Beacon University in Philippines. We started from 4 universities. Now we have already expanded to 6 countries and 8 universities now for this platform. Of course, we also have partners in Taiwan, as one is Zhongxin University in central of Taiwan, and on the National Pingtung University. So hopefully that we have new friends and new partners from India, the RIT, and also the Institute of Aeronautical Engineering. Perhaps you would like to have an interest to participate in this platform. And also, we also discussed with the Ryukyu University in Japan for joining our partner platforms. And today, I would say that I learned a lot and inspired a lot from the speakers today, from the former Vice President, Professor Chen, for describing our collaboration with the Kaohsiung municipal government in community revitalization and cultural heritage restorations. And also we learned the SDGs innovation and incorporation to the university's governance experience in Ryukyu University in Japan. And also a lot of innovative issues that we are facing, the climate risk and the common challenges because of climate change and some of the geopolitical crisis now growing. So we learned a lot from our speakers about the green financing and the perspective from NERS about disaster resilience. That's very interesting topics. That we face the similar crisis of extremely weathers as a result of climate change. And also about the cricket-based products. That's really interesting issues that actually I have done a little bit publication about the food security, how to balance the food security and the climate risk. Because we are using more and more pesticides and herbicides and fertilizers in order to ensure the food security and the food supplies. So the alternative foods, the novel foods, brings us a new hope for balancing the food security issues and the climate change and the growing population globally. Yep. And green financing also provides us a new hope for using the corporate governance and financial mechanisms to achieve our common goal of climate change mitigation and even for net zero emission commitments. I think in Taiwan, we officially announced our net zero emission vision last year from our presidents that we will reach net zero targets by 2050. And I also know that in Vietnam also have the ambitious goal for reaching net zero as well by 2050. And I think the Prime Minister Modi, India, also announced for net zero emissions commitment by 2070. 70s, yes. And from President of Jokowi also have announced the net zero commitments. I think it's 2060, yes. And so I'm not sure about Philippines, but now I think they are reaching for that target, right? Also have that commitments. So as a core value of this Asia Virtual Academy is how we proceed, how we approach these commitments from Asia's perspective, and how we cooperate with each other and seeking for sensible solutions to reaching these common visions, because that could be inevitable task for our generation and the next generations to seeking for a survival of mankind. Okay, so that's some of my observations and a little bit of my thoughts about today's conference. But now I think we have two questions. We have two questions from the audience, so I would like to bring it up. Let me see. Oh, okay. Sorry. Also, our friends, speakers from India, RIT. Hi. Hello. Yes. And I also learned a lot from our friends from RIT for the green finance as well about this. So she will also join our discussions. So if you have any questions, you can also put on a Slido. We have Dr. Manisha is also online. Dr. Manisha, thank you. But for now, we have two questions. First one is from Tiffany of NUK. I think the question goes to Professor Sunday. Yeah, that question is for you. I think the question is, what would be your advice if we want to take some easy nursing courses? So what is a must-learn nursing skill, especially when we're facing some of the cluster disaster, catastrophe? So what's easy nursing skill for us? What would you recommend us? What is the basic courses? Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, I think there's no easy procedure or skill for nursing because it really calls for a systematic approach to learning for every procedure that we do. But I think the bottom line is to follow the principles of the standard nursing procedures. So that's it. So everything should be geared toward the goal of learning. And that's how we become better nurses of the future, by following these principles and protocols in principles of nursing, especially if you want, because if you graduate from a college of nursing, you become a generalist nurse, and then at the end of that, if you pass the board examination, you have now the option to go further in your own field of specialization. But I believe the word easy, I think that's really, there's no easy skill. Everything should be in order. I think that's it. Thank you.
Question is, I think it doesn't really specify which speakers, so I would like to, I'll bring the questions, and if anyone would like to answer the questions, please go ahead. And the question is, if you were to advise a company which is building a new manufacturing campus on a rural land, rural communities, what recommendation would you offer them? And what to be considered? If you want, I mean, I rephrase the question is like, if the company would like to build up a manufacturing base or some a complex, a compounds in the rural places, rural communities, what recommendation would you offer to them, and what should be considered? So I'm not sure which speaker would like. Yeah, please. Yeah. Maybe, yeah. That is open questions for everyone. Okay. Dr. Melanie, please.
Okay. Thank you so much for the question. Actually, if a company want to build a manufacturer, they can choose location that either near the industrial complex, because if they are building something near the industrial complex, then the infrastructure is already supporting. Like, for example, the road and then the facilities all are within the industrial complex. And then the second one, the recommendation for the company who wants to build manufacturer is the one that closely related to the resources in terms of labor and then material as well. Indonesia, in Jakarta particularly, they have a special area in Tangerang or Bekasi. We call that area is Tangerang and then Bekasi. Well, where the major or the big industry are located in one specific region. So they are really intact and then related to each other, and then they can contribute in terms of resources. So the first is choose in terms of industrial region or area, and then the second one is closely related to resources and material. I think that will be it. Thank you so much.
Would like to add some comments. Thank you.
Good evening. The question is very appropriate, and the solutions are, I think already the Institute of Aeronautical Engineering is working in that direction. Establishment of the empowerment centers in the rural areas and identify the people, particularly women, we are identifying and upskilling their knowledge, and also we are providing the skills to them so that they can generate livelihood. And in the manufacturing sector also, what we are doing is, we are going to have a training center for the artisans or skilled manpower and absorbing into the industry for the manufacturing. These are the solutions that are being implemented and successfully working in the rural India. These are the solutions which we can give. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any speakers would like to add some comments for this question? Yeah, please. Dr. Prasad, okay?
Yeah. This is Dr. D. Prasad. I am Associate Dean of International Affairs, Institute of Aeronautical Engineering, India. So I'm very specified question to Dr. Who? Dr. Who? Yeah. What type of policies we required to control the food crisis in Asia coming days? What type of policies it's required to Asia to control the crisis Asian countries? So what type of policies it's required? Yeah. Yeah, in Asia, there are so many countries to, I mean, food crisis is there. How we can control coming days, coming future? What type of policies is required?
I think this is very, very challenging questions because to control the food crisis or ensure the food security, first we need to ensure our rural labor, the amount of labor that work in the agricultural production area. And for example, in Vietnam, every year we have a certain amount of rural employers. They move from the rural to the city. And more years after year, we have less people engaged in agricultural productions. And that in the future, we expected that there will be a crisis for labor that work in the agricultural production, and it will worsen the problem of food crisis. And from my opinion, first, to protect and to ensure the food crisis among South Asia countries, first we need to think about how to sustain the value chain of people who in the first factor in the food production chain, because they are the one who produce the individual product before coming to the consumer. But at the moment, the value that they receive is very, very little. That's why they move from agriculture to work in the agriculture production. So how we can sustain their income to make them stay, to make them keep engaged in agriculture production. That's the first question. That's the first problem that I think that we have to think. And if we don't solve the problem of rural livelihood, rural income, so people will keep moving from the rural area, and the problem of food crisis will be worsened in the future. So that's my opinion. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think I have one question for Dr. Malaysia. Okay, Dr. Malaysia, I have a question for you. How is the green finance the concept of green finance being implemented in India in terms of the government, any government regulation or any policy initiated to be fully implemented at this present time for India? Would you like to comment a little bit for us? Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Sir, in our Security Exchange Board of India has in June 2017 somehow finalized a policy where they have made compulsion concerned with disclosure requirement for the issuance and listing of green debt securities through which they can raise funds in a capital market. So this is somehow concerned with what formalities they are following, what things they are doing to protect the environment, what is the product. So many things are there which the organization, whoever is claiming that we are issuing or we are investing in a green technology or eco-friendly product, so they have to mention it, they have to clarify it. So this is somehow that is our stock exchange has a regulator. We can say the stock exchange regulator has started this initiative. Yet many more things are required yet to do so that we can ensure that actually it is happening. Yes, okay, fine. Those who are listed, we can check that what they are doing. But those small, medium size organizations, what they are doing, they are just claiming that yes, we are following. But yes, are they doing these things needed to be seen? So we are trying to identify new acts and rules and regulations towards this green finance. Yet to do many things, many more things we can say in this regard. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for Dr. Malaysia Jetep for your insightful comments and adds to the question. So I think about green finance, I also would like to have one more question and follow up, and I want to, the question goes to Dr. Manini. Okay, it's about it because you have this quite similar lectures. I have a question about, you know, there's also about a framework that's called TCFD, right? The Task Force for Climate Change Financial Disclosure. So, because I would like to know that, in your opinion, how do you think about TCFD? Is that helpful for green finance, or how to integrate this framework into ESG or green finance, in your opinions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for the question, Dinwu. Actually, the task force or the framework is not been implemented in Indonesia, but I can give you my opinion in general concept in terms of banking industry, where they have to implement the financial disclosure. They have to be disclosed to everything, but they have to be discreet as well. So in related with financial financing and then the green concept, so they have to be transparent in terms of the concept of a good corporate governance principle, particularly the part of auditability and then responsibility and then transparency as well. That is a part of the responsibility to the investor and then to the society as well and then to the people. But if we are talking about the concept in internal, it helps a lot in mapping the way, particularly for a large corporation to find the definition of their financing. So that is my opinion about it. Thank you so much, Dinwu.
Thank you very much for Dr. Manini's very quick and very thoughtful and insightful comments about this TCFD. I think we still have a couple minutes. So is there any questions from our guest or from Dr. Manisha to any other speakers? You want, then it's time for if you have any questions for any speakers. Okay, okay. Oh, yeah, please. Yeah.
So one thing what I think Government of India, so there is, zero emission by 2070 and Taiwan 2050 and Vietnam 2070, like that they are declaring for zero emission. So one of the statistical data what it indicates is from 1800 to 1900, the globe temperature is increased by 0.8 degrees. From 1900 to 2000, the globe temperature is increased by 1.2, and from 2000 to 2100, the globe temperature is going to be increased by 1.5 degrees centigrade. By virtue of that, thousands of tons of ice at the poles will be melted. Some of the islands will be vanished. Unless we take the initiative of green initiative, the next generations, some of the islands will be vanishing from the globe. So that is the reason there is an urgent need to address this problem globally, not only at the Asian level, at global level. This is the observations, what the scientific observations they are giving. Unless we take very challenges, I think I can say that Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, they will not be on the map, global map, unless zero emission levels are ensured. That is the reason there is a more requirement that the green technologies and green finances are required to be enforced forcibly also. Otherwise, the globe is at risk. Thank you. This is my final conclusion, which I wanted.
Thank you very much for your final comments about this net zero mission. So I think Dr. Helma will have more questions, right? Yeah.
I have a question to Dr. Sande. Well, actually, I've been interested with your topics that you present earlier. How is it frontliners has become medical industry, and the nurse has become the frontliners during the COVID-19 pandemic. I just want to know how is it you guys keep up with yourself to put your also as a self-care, because you always put attention to everyone else. But how about you as you are a person who need a care also? This going to be, I don't know whether personal, but you can bring it how to put your care into a personal matter as well.
Yeah, we call it the caring for carers. So we have to take good care of ourselves, because if you don't take good care of yourself, how can you care for others? So you have to make sure you are healthy, inner and outer, in all aspects, the holistic approach of being healthy. So during these times, because we nurses, we are trained to be ready anytime. So whenever you, if you think like to prepare yourself with all these aspects of care, then during times of emergencies, you will be ready to take good care of others. So everything really begins from yourself. And we learned a lot during the pandemic, no? And before, they've been telling that in the Philippines, we have overcrowding of nurses. We overproduce nurses. But that overproduction of nurses has become our tool during the COVID-19. And some of the academicians, academicians, were brought to the hospitals, the clinics to work as nurses. So I think we need to care for us, for ourselves. So we have to care for the carers. Thank you.
Thank you so much for Professor Sandra's comments. So is there any other final questions for any speakers or today's topics? Or any question from the floor? Well, I just finally pops out one question, but maybe it will be saved to the last. I have a question for Dr. Hong Wan. I have a question. It's quite an interesting topic for cricket-based products, because it would be an alternative and normal food that will address the problem of food securities, right? But I'm quite curious about the production process of this cricket-based products, because that is quite a vital issues for customers to enhance their accessibilities. And is there any safety protocols now in Vietnam or other international standards that would be applied to insect-based foods? I'm not sure whether Professor Huang would like to comment on this. Thank you.
Thank you. It's more like a technical problem for food productions. So actually, it's not my expert, but for our partner, the enterprise that work in for cricket food, and to be able to export their protein powder into Europe, they have to pass a very high standard of food processing techniques. But because not I'm my expert, but so I cannot list the name of the standard here. But I was working with them. I know that that's a very high standard process because to produce the insect from insect into food that we consume, so we have to remove the particle that probably can cause some disease that transfers disease to human and other harmful particle in the edible liquid. And but for the novel products that we study in our product, for example, sources of burger, that is still in that their techniques is already complete, but it is still in the laboratory in Nong Lam. So it's not been like mass production yet. So if we want to put them in the market for commercialize, so we have to pass the standard for food production in Vietnam and also for exporting country. So that's so far as I know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, I have a personal opinions about this cricket business. You mentioned about there are 3 products now in the market: is burgers, and powders, and the sausage. Yeah. From my own experience, I think some people like durian fruit, right? But they're afraid about the smell and the taste, right? But it's more acceptable for customers for ice cream, the durian ice cream for myself. So maybe the cricket base could have this novel products for cricket ice cream, probably. Okay. Thank you. I think if there is no other questions from the floor and from our guests, I think it's about time, and we have a couple of minutes ahead. So I would like to wrap up this session and call it successfully for the whole day event. And hopefully that we can have another Asia Virtual Academies event next year. Hopefully that it will become a new normal in a hybrid fashion. That no matter where we are, we still stick together and facing the similar challenges globally. Okay, thank you very much. See you. Bye-bye.
So this is the end. This is the end of the conference. Thank you for your participation and time at National University of Kaohsiung. And please remember to bring your personal belongings with you before you go. Thank you.